Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Good to see you guys. We've got a pretty short session today, so we're only going to be doing four sessions tonight, which means that we don't have any long breaks. We'll just be doing 4 back-to-back with only these little short breaks in between. You guys know the drill. Good to see you. Tell me what you're studying and tell me how that first session was for you out of 10. We got 9.5 minutes. We'll take our first short break, and then we'll start session 2, but we're already a quarter of the way done for tonight. Hi, Mr. Saw. Oh, I'm just tired today. I haven't been sleeping much this week, so I kind of have like a headache, but I have to get some studying done, so we're here still. It's okay. I'm all good. Thank you. How are you? Good to see you. Have you worked out this morning? Hi, Bunny Snackers. Welcome. If you're new to the channel, also hi, welcome. For those of you guys who don't know me, my name's Ammar. If you haven't been here before, feel free to introduce yourself. Tell me where you're from. Tell me what you're studying. Hey, Zoom. Good to see you, man. How are you? I am done with cardiology stuff right now. I have to do pulmonology. I'm a little behind. But but not terribly. Actually, I'm like, this is the first time ever. I think like I've been a week out from an exam and I've been all caught up with like most of the material until today. So that's a pretty good sign. But yeah, I'm just doing pulmonology today. I have an exam in about a week from today, so we're going to be getting a lot of studying in this weekend. Tomorrow's going to be pretty chill, and then the few days after that are going to be very chaotic. Hey, Kiana, good to see ya. Watching your classmates' grand rounds. Nice, nice. What are grand rounds? I'm not familiar. Oh no, what did I do, Zoom? Why are we upset with me? And the sad face too. I'm sorry, what did I do? Thanks, Mr. Sai. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just got to get some sleep tonight, honestly. I think after stream, I'll try to go to bed at a reasonable hour. And for the first time this week, I don't have a morning class at like a crazy early hour tomorrow. So I can actually sleep in a little bit. You're going to do your workout soon. Nice, nice. Oh, because I'm not sleeping enough. Okay, like, yes, yeah. You know what? There's no excuse. It is on me. I've been having pretty bad insomnia again this week. I think it's because I haven't been like, well, one, I'm being a little bit of a moron with how late I've been studying. The last few nights we went till 1 a.m., but I had classes at 8 and 9 a.m. all week, so you can imagine the sleep between that. But that's also because like I would take a day nap. I would come like Wednesday I had an 8 a.m. class, right? So I went to bed, I want to say at like 3 a.m. I finished stream at like what 1:30 that night, I think, and then I went to bed at like 2:30, fell asleep by 3, woke up at like 7, went to class, or woke up at like 6:30, went to class, came back at like 11, and then I slept from like 11 to 3. So then I couldn't fall asleep again last night, right? That it's kind of compounding, but it's okay. We'll make it. I just got to sleep tonight, hopefully. I will sleep more tonight. I promise you, I will sleep more tonight. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have to. My body's not going to let me. I would do it again for another night. It's been like 3 or 4 nights in a row now. So much to do, not enough time. You guys present on a case, you sign, write up a case. Dang, okay. Do you have a case as well? I'm curious what case you're writing up. Sleep at 9 p.m.? Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. There's no way I could sleep at 9 p.m. 9 p.m. is when my brain turns on. Like, my peak studying hours are like 9 to 12. 9 to 11, 9 to 12 are like where my brain hypes into like overdrive and I'm knocking out like an entire day worth of studying in like 3 hours. I don't know why it's like that. Early stream and early sleep, please. I will. Okay. I don't have morning classes for a while. I got like a doctor's appointment in the morning and then weekends, and I would much rather sleep my mornings away because I am not productive in the mornings. I don't know why. I've never been. So we'll get enough sleep. I promise you. We'll get enough sleep. We'll keep the late nights running, but I'll try to hard cut off around 12 for the next week. Ish. If possible. But I'll sleep in. I just haven't been able to this week because of my class times, that's all. It was just a rough week with class times. Yeah, I think we'll stick with 12. Yeah, no, mornings are definitely, I'd rather sleep my mornings in. Except exam or work, yeah. But my exam is at 9 a.m. next week, so I should probably slowly make my way back over to like sleeping a little earlier by the end of next week. So that I can sleep the night before the exam as well. Yeah, they're so worried. I promise I'd be fine. I do this a lot. I probably shouldn't be doing it a lot, but I have gotten used to it, so I know how to recover from it too, usually. But I do appreciate the concern. What is everybody studying today? Zoom, how's your MCAT stuff coming? Mr. Sa, what are you working on? More SAT stuff? Macular dystrophy. Ooh. Med school? I think so. I think so, Kiana. I think next year when we're on clerkship, our rotations, I think we do our grand rounds and stuff then. I'm just not familiar with it right now because I'm still in my second year. But it probably, I imagine on our internal medicine rounds in the hospital, there probably are a lot of grand rounds. Or in surgery. Back on track. Nice. 200 more cards and then done with it. Nice. That's awesome. Don't forget to stay in touch with your like Anki reviews daily. But like, that's like, dude, if you got through all the cards, you're already in a fantastic spot. Remind me when your exam is again? Yeah, 2,400 cards is wild. That's sick. I think my exam on Thursday has a similar amount of cards as well. I'm just finishing up the last 500 over today and tomorrow. Or 600 over the next 2 days. Organic SAT maths. Nice, nice. English, I'm planning to take 1 full mock test tonight. Oh, wow. 1 a day. How long is the SAT now? They changed the length of it, right? Because back in my day, because I'm ancient now, I guess. Ugh. But back in my day, it was like 4 hours. And I've heard it's now shorter. It's like 2 hours now. Until test date. Yeah, that's a good plan. 15, 20 tests, yeah. August 16th. Okay, you got a month. You're in a very solid spot. Have you been taking practice tests at all yet, Zoom? Oh, it is shorter. Okay, nice. That's good. That 4 hours is... There's no reason to make high schoolers take a 4-hour standardized exam. Although I guess it was okay prep for the MCAT, because the MCAT's like, what, 8 hours? I don't even know how long step 1 is. I have to look up how long USMLE step 1 is. I think it's also 8 hours. But let me double check. Step 1 time. Yeah, 8 hours. 7 60-minute blocks with a 45-minute break in the middle. Only 45 minutes? Holy moly. Okay. That's a later problem. Yikes. Eight hours for our first board exams, Mr. Sa. And for our entrance exams here. How in depth the material going to ocular knowledge and med? I think we do a good amount. I believe med students learn how to use some. Yeah, I think we do as well. I don't know if we do it this year. Like we covered ophthalmology when we did nervous system stuff. So when we did all the brain stuff. So that was last year. We covered like eye physiology and all that. Don't know if we've used any of the ocular equipment yet. We have a little bit, but like for neuro, right? For like to make sure there's no like when we were doing the PETs, OSCEs, forgot what it's called, but you look in to make sure there's no red spot in the fovea and whatnot with the little light. But and then mostly just to check cranial nerves. But we haven't done anything with like visual acuity testing. So like I don't even think we touch like lenses and that sort of thing. Because we're more interested in what's behind the eyeball usually. Except for the ophthalmologists, but I'm sure those guys learn it at some point. I haven't learned it yet. If I learn it, it'll probably be in my next semester, my last upcoming semester, because that's when we cover neuropathophysiology. So I got a bit last week because of the break. That's fair. No, I think you needed a break. You were kind of going at it every single day, so it's good that you got a chance to refresh. Monday locked into 1,300 cards you were missing. Nice, nice. I think I'm also behind 1,300 review cards today too, but that's a weekend problem. Yeah, I know. They're long exams, but you kind of get used to it. Having to practice exams. Yes. Definitely, Zoom. That's like the highest yield thing, I promise. It's good that you did the content review, though. As long as you're done with the content review, I think a month is a good amount of time to do practice. And then you could just always flag Anki cards that you're getting wrong related to your practice exams if that's how you find you're learning best. But I think doing practice lets you quickly realize that like 60% or 70% of those cards are low yield, and like there are like 30% that are just drilled over and over on the MCAT. So that's pretty helpful. How do I review the cards? I use a software called Anki, which makes like schedules your review cards basically. They're like it prompts you with flashcards, and then you answer the flashcard, and then you mark if you got it good or not. All right, wonderful people. We're on session 2. So the sun's still kind of setting. I'm going to leave the camera here temporarily, and then I'm going to move it back so I can start my review cards as well. But you guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck, everybody. Session 2. Here we go. Hi all. Welcome back. That was session number 2. So we are halfway done for the night already. You guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We got 9.5 minutes. We'll take another quick short break and then we'll start session 3. There we go. I'll probably give that session like a 6 out of 10. I was falling asleep halfway through, so that's why I am sitting like this, if you're wondering. It's working. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but we're going to make it. But yeah, feel free to say hi. Let me know how that last session was out of 10 for you guys. And if you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying today. Hey, Swag Panda. What am I studying? I have another med school exam in a week. So I am reviewing some cardiology, and then I am doing some new pulmonology lectures later today. Or for like the next 2 sessions. 7 out of 10. Nice Zoom. Where are you from, Swag Panda? What are you studying? Nice to meet you. Oh, you're Sanvi. Hey, Sanvi. Welcome back. Good to see you. No, you're good. I just didn't recognize the new account. I like the profile picture. My feet are losing blood. Hang on. Oh. Alright, we're back. Hey, Jessica. Good to see you. Studying political law today. Nice, nice. Awesome. What topics in political law? Eight out of 10. Nice, Bunny. Studying cardiovascular. Oh, nice. We're studying the same topics. That's awesome. Where are you from? It's nice to meet you. National Economy and Patrimony. Dang. Patrimony? That word is familiar. I should know that word. What is patrimony? Ah, I really should know that word. That's embarrassing for me. Patrimony. Oh, okay. So inheritance. Okay, okay. Huh. Current count is how to sleep 4 hours only. You don't. I'm a good example of why you don't today. I am like nodding off on stream. It is really bad. Oh, Virginia, welcome. Are you in med school, Bunny? Or are you pre-med studying MCAT? Or a whole other school that I'm not even thinking about? I will be trying to, Zoom. I will be trying to. Okay. I mean, I mentioned it before, but the only time my sleep really gets messed up is when I have morning classes. If I didn't have randomly mandated morning classes, I would be sleeping perfectly fine. I would sleep until like 11 o'clock every day. I'd wake up, I'd hit the gym from like noon to 3, and then we would study from like 4 to 1, and it'd be great. Do I like virus and disease of it? It's awful. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of infectious disease. That's like my least favorite subject in med school for sure. I really don't like microbiome or infectious disease at all. That was my last semester. That was easily my worst semester of med school for sure. Then again, doctors are the worst patients. Do as I say, not as I do. What's the other meme? I lead others to a treasure I cannot possess. No. Look, okay. So, I mean, I do really think sleep is important. And it's just, I can't, just don't operate in the mornings for studying. I don't know what it is with studying specifically. I think it's because I conditioned myself like over my entire life to study from Like, because you would go to school, right? And then you would come home or you would play your sports in the afternoon, and then you would come home and study in the evening. Or I would, right? I would do my homework at night whenever was like in high school or whatever. And I think over the 23 years I've been on this earth, that hard conditioned my brain to be like, oh, the sun is going down. It must be time to start studying now. Your physics is physicsing. As long as it's physicsing, as long as it's moving. Do I know Punjabi? I understand Punjabi. I have a problem with Punjabi where I mix up Urdu and Punjabi. I can't tell the difference between the two. Like, I understand both perfectly fluently, but since I grew up in a household that spoke both, so I always mix up the two. Like, I don't know what words are Urdu and what words are Punjabi, but I understand it perfectly well. I can't speak it very well because I don't know if I'm speaking Urdu or Punjabi when I say something in Punjabi. Yes, I am. Yep, I am young for med school. I'm one of the youngest people in my class. Not the youngest, but one of the... Not many people go through without a gap year anymore. I did without a gap year. I graduated a semester early from University of Michigan, and I took my MCAT the summer before, or like the spring before. It was pretty rushed. It was pretty rushed. But my first year was COVID. My second year, I like got all my clinicals, my research going. Second and third year, I kind of just locked in on that. And then third year, I just tried to lock in on classes. Second and third year, locked in on classes. And then my senior year was pretty chill because I already set my secondaries out over that summer. What language do you speak mostly, Sanvi? But yeah, I'm 23. I just turned 23 like last month. Actually, exactly a month ago. So I'm like 23 and 1 month old now. Most of my classmates are around 25. So, yeah, I think we talked about it. Yeah, the birthday stream. Fun stream. In hindsight, it was really fun. I think in the moment I was losing my mind that day. But I left in the middle to get pizza and cake. I couldn't complain that much. And I mean, I passed that semester, so at least in like 20 years, I could tell my kids, hopefully, like back in my day, I studied for how many hours did I study that day? 12 hours? 12 hours on my own birthday. No, I'm never going to do that to them. I hate when parents do that. Never. But I also know I'm going to, right? I think it's inevitable. Hindi's your mother tongue. So Hindi and Urdu are very similar, though, right? Like, I understand Hindi because I understand Urdu. Classes in Nepali and English. What is Nepali based in? Back in my day. Yeah, back in my day. Oh, man. It's just going to get worse with every generation, too. We talk about, like, what the millennials talk about growing up with hose water, or, like, playing outside and drinking water from the hose. What do we talk about? We talk about just going outside, period, and not having an iPad in our hands growing up. God knows what the next gens are going to even talk about. Back in my day, Coco Melon wasn't a thing or something. When did break come? Exactly 9.5 minutes ago, Mr. Sa. Sanvi, I know Nepali is a language. I mean, like, what language does it come from? Is it Sanskrit based? Is it similar to Hindi? iPad kids. Do you like the quick math, Mr. Sa? It is Sanskrit based. Okay, nice. I got you. That's cool. I didn't realize Nepali was its own thing. I thought for some reason that you guys spoke Hindi up there as well, but I guess Nepali being its own language makes a lot of sense. Not many speakers for Nepali, though, worldwide, right? Not a very large language. It's still pretty cool. So if it's Sanskrit based, I imagine it's pretty similar to Hindi and Punjabi then, right? Enjoy your workout, Mr. Sa. Appreciate it. Good luck. Have fun. I think the blood has returned to my legs. It's making me sleepy again. I gotta cut off circulation again. Last semester, this is so wild, but this is so random. But last semester, during those last few days, I was wearing compression sleeves on my legs to make it through that last week. I don't know if y'all knew, but it was rough out here. I'm glad that's not happening this time. All right, 80% speak Nepali in Nepal. Dang. Okay, speak Hindi. Oh, they don't like it. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it was pretty rough. I don't know why, but like, sitting all day was messing up my like Venus return or something. I don't know, bro. I need to be active. I need to get a standing desk at some point here because this is crazy. All right, wonderful people. We are already halfway done for the day. Hi, Nevleen. Good morning. Welcome back. We are halfway done for the day. So I am going to move the camera. You guys can go ahead and get started. This is session 3. We got session 3 and session 4. Good luck. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. That was session number 3. So we are almost done with the night. This is our last short break of the day. You guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We got 9.5 minutes. We'll take our last short break here, and then we'll start the last session of the night. But you guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi. 8.5 out of 10. Nice zoom. That's awesome. That's a pretty productive session. I'll probably give it like a 7 out of 10. The EPs are hitting me really hard today. EP. Too light to drink caffeine, probably. Unfortunate. I've already had way too much caffeine today. I don't know why I even thought about that. That's fair. Honestly, that's pretty fair. It do be a little late. I'm just going to cut one of my lectures in half today because there's like 400 new cards for one lecture, which is not reasonable to do. So I'll probably try to see if I can knock out 150 of those cards right now. Although probably not. I feel like I can get through like 100 new cards in an hour if I'm alert and awake, probably like 150, but I am probably gonna push to like 75 then. But it is a review right now. I'm just doing some I cannot speak. Pulmonology physiology review. On average, I can tell you. I have it charted here. Let me see. Maybe I don't have it charted here. That's unfortunate. Huh. I thought we kept track of that. Last semester, like my last exam, it was... So 100 per lecture and 3 lectures a day. So about 300 new cards a day. Yeah, that sounds about right. About 300 new cards a day. Anywhere from like 200 to 400 new cards a day. I think a bad day is closer to 400. I think most days are closer to 300, which is not terrible. The problem is the reviews stack up pretty fast, right? Also, I don't think I actually get through 300 in a day. I think I spread it out a little bit better than that. So I could probably reasonably do 200 in a day. But sometimes, like some days I'll do 400 new in a day. And then some days I'll just be doing review all day. So it just depends. Yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot. Everybody's hustling. Sometimes we feel we are behind. How to deal with these thoughts? Like behind with what you're studying or behind in life? Either way, I think what's the phrase? It's a pretty common phrase. Comparison is the thief of joy. I think we get caught up in comparing to where other people are, and I'm very guilty of this myself. So, you know, I speak to myself first when I say this. Yeah, like studying. I think it's very easy to compare to where you are with others, but I feel like doing that will just kind of make you more... Sometimes for some people it works. Some people thrive off competition. I used to be one of those people who thrived off of competition. But I think as you kind of get to upper levels of education and you kind of realize everybody is doing their own thing, the goal should be to compete with yourself first, right? Because if you're improving, that means that you're doing the right things. And kind of focusing on the little wins is just as important as focusing on the areas you can improve, in my opinion. If you're always just focused on the negative with like improvement in studying, it's very easy to get wrapped up in like everything that's going wrong. And then you're going to focus on those. And if you focus on everything that's going wrong, you're going to lean into those. It's just natural, right? If you're thinking about, oh my God, I'm going to get this and this wrong and I'm behind in this and this and this. I mean, they're natural thoughts. Don't get me wrong. They are very natural thoughts to have. There's nothing wrong with having the thoughts, but it's about how we take the thoughts and kind of process them in a more healthy way. So, I mewhen I get those sorts of thoughts, obviously I try to work through it. They sit there a lot, especially at a higher level, like in med school, right? Where everybody, imposter syndrome is crazy here. A lot of people are doing a lot better than me. A lot of people are also doing a lot worse than me in my class, right? So like, I don't think that's fair for me to look at so much as, okay, like, am I doing good for where I want to go? And if the answer is no, then what can I do to fix that? And, you know, sometimes that's a hard question because we don't always know immediately off the bat what we can fix and what we can't fix. I think there was another, man, where's this quote from? I think it's that show. There's a show, man. My American viewers probably know this show, but there's a show out there called Boondocks. It's a funny, like, animated show. But I remember there being a scene in there where, like, one of the younger characters asks, like, his grandpa, like, something. What was the phrase, man? I saw it on a clip of it, where it's like, "Granddad, what do you do when there's nothing you can do except that you?" I gotta pull up the phrase because I don't want to mess it up. It kind of like resonated with me. If one of you guys knows it, just pop it out in chat real quick. What do you do when there's nothing you can do? Docs. I found it. I think. Oh yeah, okay. What do you do when you can't do nothing but there's nothing you can do? And the grandpa goes, "You do what you can." And I think that's pretty much all of it. You do what you can. Because, I mean, you physically can't do what you can't. But that doesn't mean to give up either. You have to figure out what you can do before you can figure out what you can't do. There's my little philosophy rant for the day. Is that helpful? I hope that's a little helpful. That's how I go about it. Yeah, also, yeah, that's exactly why, Zoom, that's exactly why studying is like, in med school, is like drinking from a fire hydrant. There's 300, 400 new things a day. And then the problem isn't like, oh yeah, you can learn 300, 400 new things in like 5-6 hours. That's fine once you get used to it. Like at first it's like insane, but most med schools are really good about transitioning you in without like absolutely throwing you overboard. It feels overwhelming at first. You kind of get used to it after a while. I never thought I mean, you never get fully used to it, but you get used to it enough. You kind of learn that you're not going to know everything. So then you start to learn what you actually need to really learn, which is always a little bit of a gamble. And I'm still really bad at that, but like learning what's high yield and low yield sometimes. Yeah, the hard part is like keeping up with your reviews of everything, because if you're memorizing that much in a day, it's very easy to forget what you're memorizing, right? Reading a new yeah, exactly. That's the problem with falling behind on reviews. Sometimes you just let the pancakes go bad, though. Sometimes that's what I do. If they're like a week old and stale, I'll try to see if I could get through them. But if they're moldy, I'm probably going to do myself more damage versus just making a new batch, right? Hey, Shreeman, good to see you, man. Came back right now from a lab. Dang. What was the lab on? Maybe buy a whole cabbage? What was it? Yeah, dang. Oh, is it the pH thing? Yeah, you do what you can. Managing things like working out, masks, feel super light, sleep 7 hours. Yeah, I know. It's a lot. It's a lot. For sure. I was a very big gym junkie before med school. I would hit the gym like 5-6 times a week. I would play tennis pretty regularly. Like I was working a punching bag, working boxing for a while. Like I was working 2 jobs. I was doing a lot more in undergrad than I was doing now per se. And I got a lot busier now because of school. What I like to do, this is funny because this question has been popping up a lot lately. Genuinely, like you have to make time for the things that are important to you. And I know that sounds like really cliche, but so for me, for example, like I had to cut down from working out from like 5-6 times a week down to 3 times a week. And I know while it's not optimal for me, something is always better than nothing, right? And so you have to make sacrifices where you can, but life isn't going to stop anyway, right? Like if you're in medicine or if you're in any other field, it's just going to continue to pile on. So you learn to adjust. You learn to optimize your time where you can. You learn to tie things together, right? For me, that might look like, okay, if I have morning classes, let me go hit my morning classes and then let me hit the gym real quick. And then even if I only have 6 hours to study that day, it's better than not studying at all, right? Or if I hit the gym and I miss half of my workout, or I only can do half of my sets because I know I'm going to need to study for an exam, it's better than not going to the gym at all, you know? So you make the best of what time you have and you optimize. And if you take care of yourself and your body and your mind first, it'll take care of you back when you're trying to study. MCAT has taught you, learning. Yeah, I think MCAT's a decent, like, especially the biochem section is pretty, pretty indicative of how med school looks like. It's just like what's his face? Miles Down has like what, 3,000 cards? That's like one exam equivalent in med school, basically. So you can kind of pace that out. Like if you had 3 weeks to learn Miles Down, that's kind of the med school pace. But it's your only job. You have nothing else except research, but that's later. Most cards I've had to do, including new interview cards, I think the most I've ever done in a day was 1,200 in one day, or 1,400. I don't remember. It was before an exam. It was really bad. Mixed chemicals, vinegar. Oh, so it's the pH strips. Yeah, I remember that. My sister and I did that for her science fair project. Nevleen, we're all in the same boat. I promise. We're all in the same boat. Hey, it's Fax. Good to see you. Hopefully that was helpful, y'all. I know I'm a little tired, so my brain is kind of running on a little bit on autopilot as well, but that's pretty much what I think about it. All right, y'all. Last session of the night. Finish strong. We're almost there. It's the last one of the night, so no EPs. Here we go. Good luck. Alrighty. Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. That was our last session for the night. So thank you guys for coming. If you need to go for the night, I appreciate you being here. Just housekeeping. If you're not in the Discord, come join the Discord. Links down below in the description, as always. And study schedules updated for the next week. I've got an exam in about a week, so we've got a pretty crazy week coming up with studying. So feel free, make sure to check the schedule for when I'm going to be streaming on your time zone. I'll be here for like 5-10 minutes while I'm packing up. Pretty tired, so probably not too long today. And then we'll call it a night. Hey Malik, good to see you, man. How are you? Have I ever listened to soundtracks for any of the Mario games while I'm doing work? That's not a bad idea. You know, I should add the Mario track. I feel like Rainbow Road while doing Anki cards would probably go crazy. Dang. Any other tracks that I should think about? Coconut Mall, Rainbow Road, those would be really good. Finish up your conclusion. Nice streaming. I can't mix up the soundtracks in here streaming. There's copyright issues with using Nintendo stuff. Even Lo-Fi Girl's been giving me copyright issues for a while. We might have to find something else to switch up to, but I would like to. I would like to switch things up too. Rainbow Road is like the vibe when you have an exam the next day that you just started studying for the night before. I feel like at that point you're putting that on repeat and you're just pulling an all-nighter. If you're going into if you're pulling up Rainbow Roads instead, you know it's a bit real. I'm good. It's good to see you. How's work been? It's been all right. I'm just a little tired this week. I have not been sleeping at all this week, which is catching up to me. But luckily, we don't have a morning class tomorrow, so I can actually rest up a little bit. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning, but it's not too late or early, so you can actually sleep a little. Okay, channel's been doing well. School's been going okay. Research has been doing well. No complaints on my end. I went to the gym earlier today, too, so a win is a win. I'll call it a good day. So I gotta so sleepy, can't sleep due to work. Oh. I mean, maybe a 15-minute nap would help. I don't know what time it is for you, but if it's like earlier in the day, I feel like taking a 20-minute power nap has really helped. I started doing this thing called non-sleep deep rest protocols, which is like 20 minutes. Like, it's kind of meditating, not really meditating. It's kind of like forcing your brain to mimic sleep without actually going to full sleep. It's really helpful. Yeah, just a quick question. Summer after high school and before university, can shadowing hours still count? Yes, I think so. I think so. I believe they do. Yeah. You could just count them as like the summer of university. I would say they count as university. They don't count as high school. Once you're done with high school, I think the clock kind of resets, because some people take summer classes that first semester before that fall semester sometimes too, and those definitely count for university. I want to lean yes, double check it, but I don't see why I wouldn't. I don't think med schools would mind. Go get some rest, dude. It was good to see you. I'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully work is chill for you tomorrow too, man. And thanks for popping by. It was good to hear from you. Hope you have a good night. Hey, somebody. It's good to see you. How are you? Good to hear. Dude, I swear I'm like 2 seconds from falling asleep onto this microphone. I'm going in a minute. I'm going in a minute. Yeah, sleep deprivation definitely caught up this week, but I can't wait to sleep in a little tomorrow morning. That'll be nice. All right, you know what? That's fine. Let's just call it a night. I'm definitely falling asleep on stream, and it would be kind of embarrassing if we were here all night because I fell asleep in front of the microphone. All right, wonderful people. Thank you guys for being here. As always, you guys are awesome. Thanks for the support. If you have not gotten a chance to do so, as a gentle reminder, don't forget to join the Discord. There's links down below in the description. Botrix has been throwing it throughout. What else? Study schedule up today for next week. I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be on the day after that. I'll be on the day after that. I'll be on the day after that. I'll be on the day after that, etc., etc., until next Thursday. So I will see most of you guys tomorrow, hopefully. All right, y'all. Hope you all have a wonderful day and a great night. And as always, make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves.
Thank you.